Good morning, guys. Afternoon. Same thing. I was not taken into interrogation. I had to deal with like a title thing. Oh, I'm still red. Yeah, that's fine. Not title, 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 title. How strong of a sport is 5,800? It's decent. It's quite a lot of sold puts between like 5,800, 5,790. I mean, there's quite a lot of sold puts everywhere, but there's more there. I saw them move up and skew, but the yen's down hard against the dollar. It doesn't seem like the market's uh, significantly respecting the Bank of Japan's position at all. I'm counting 1.9 as normal trading when it comes to day trades. Got two people to confirm that for me, so congrats on getting your day trade back early. Cool. WeBull did not do that. This looks pretty bearish heading into CPI and SLD. Yeah, it does. Today was today was pretty bad for bulls. It's really bad. I guess I would watch for a bounce here around like 5,800, but if we slip lower, that'll be negated. I really thought Fubo would hold at least four. Did Atomic sell or something? We went over it on the weekend stream. Under like the five support, like the next major supports were gonna be like 350 or $3. We can take a look at it. Uh, uh, it's still doing that thing. That's annoying. Um, yeah. So we started to fall into the pits here around 454. If you look at the delta on those, so delta's going to continue to fall off probably till about three. Three's going to be somewhat more supportive. But these are all sold calls in the money largely. Most of them expire this Friday, as you can see. Um, so as those sold calls fall off, that'll probably help stabilize things a little bit. Although the supportive charm from the Minda expiration is going to go away too. And part of the aggressiveness of the short may be to kind of get rid of that supportive charm. People panicking over Fubo, got it. Selling CSPs. I'm panicking over Fubo, got it. Sell more CSPs. Oh yeah, let me flip the Discord on. Sorry about that. Any chance we squeeze back up? Sure. We could. Doesn't look like anybody's getting any bullish positioning here. Mostly just trying to slow the descent. SPX has been on a somewhat steady decline since early December. Time to go long. It's just selling off. This looks like, you know what this looks a lot like? It's just like the beginning of 2022. Thoughts on Riot? Don't really have any. Looks like you're trying to, what, you want to chase the pump in crypto? I mean, it's not even a very strong pump. It's like just back to 95. And only because the dollar is slipping, which may not be true tomorrow. I don't know. Probably not. Jesus Christ, the 30 years almost at 5% today. Rough. Ooh, carry leverage is at a new all-time high. Forward yield on vols 2.74. I think we're below 5% from the high. We're close. We were yesterday. We hit like 5.5% down. Yeah, I mean it shares some similarities with that time period. What's the yellow line? Just ignore it. It doesn't do anything. It seems like it's consequential, but it also just it's like not part of price action at all. It just scales with zoom. It only looks like it's important because we're zoomed in on price and it's right there. We're gonna keep slapping my 5800. We could test 5790. Maintaining some support around 5800 is kind of important because gamma falls off really hard at that strike. I'll press the upside as the next resistance. There's actually not much resistance to the upside at all. There's just not a lot of bullish positioning. We gotta get above like 25, 30 for volatility to start falling off really hard. So I guess if they could pull that off, that's where I would look for a breakout. What are the bars on the right axis? These? Gamma exposure? Why does the bond market not believe the PPI data? I mean, it does. Its rate yields haven't gone to like that high. But core CPI is still 3.5%. Or core PPI. Month over month core was really low, which is kind of what I expected because I figured everyone did all their inventory load up back in like November, which is why PPI was so hot. But like year over year, PPI was a little bit higher this time. So 3.3% versus last month's 3% on headline. And then Redbook was down as well, which probably didn't help things out. The Fed speech was not particularly dovish, so it didn't seem like the PPI numbers were going to affect any type of Fed decision. Market maker would probably like to get this back around 35. How do I fix this fucking camera? There we go. Stop looking at the yellow line. I know what you guys are doing. It's 60. Let's see. It's important. Yes, I love the upside here. So this could be an inverse head and shoulders off of the low. Unless we fail. Should probably pay attention to this. Alright. A little bit, maybe. F in chat for Bill Huang. Sentenced to 18 years in prison. Oh shit. I mean, that is, in fact, an inverse head and shoulders. Unless this, well, unless it fails, but. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So we're going back to a buck 40. Not anytime soon. But a lot of the interest on it is falling off into the OPEX. Is Gherkin Sagittarius? He was born in November, so no. Arguably, as a centaur, he might be the Sagittarius. This is just. Is this what you guys talk about? I'm not big into astrology, Squamsk. Also, what's up, Squamsk? How you doing, man? Trump announces the creation of External Revenue Service. This is on the heels of Make Greenland Great Again Act put forward. 2025 is going to be wild. Yeah. 58.25. Can bulls pump this a bit? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. We don't really climb out of the negative gamma until we're up around 33 though. So while 25 isn't completely insignificant, it's not that important either. I'm a Sagittarius, born in November, sir, and as you know, that means absolutely nothing. Yes, I'm well aware. Does the delta flip point typically make a good resistance? Not always. More so in a negative delta and gamma environment. The resistance of that transition from positive to negative environment on the 0DT is definitely a lot more noticeable here than it would be in a positive gamma environment. DVN bouncing around 37 all day. Maybe time for a breakout. Thanks again for the stock insights. No problem. Did you see the Danish news asking Trump people at the Trump event in Greenland what was going on? Did people actually travel to fucking Greenland? Is there anything even there? My plan for the next 4 years is to say zooted out of my gourd on opiates. Don't do that, trash. It'll ruin you. uh, was the data this bad? I thought it was roughly flat. So is the market. Pegasus lay eggs, not centaurs. Grow up, surface smurf. So it's closing at 5,900 today. Probably not. It was like a little head and shoulders, and then it broke up. I feel like it was bullish. 28's probably pretty important here. Nice, Rare. That's awesome, dude. Riley has a nice move in pre-market. Was that the news you were waiting for, or some other tomfoolery? I need to look into that also. Moved up like 17%. That's not very significant given its current price. Um, so they filed their June 30 annual report, quarterly report. And then it plans to file the Q3 2024 report in the near future, at which point it expects to regain compliance with NASDAQ listing rules. Preliminary cash balance of 257 million, which included funds set aside to pay the company's 2025 senior notes. Yeah, that's a good start. They still need to file one more quarterly report to catch up and come back into compliance. But maybe I'll pick up something on it. Do you trade SPX intraday? Yeah, I do. Mm. Let's see if this breaks out. A fictional fact check. Pegasi do indeed lay eggs. See? Do you trade SPX intraday? I spent my last 80 on a spy pit. Other than that, holding 100 CMT. Let's CMT? It was like shares or something? Is this all the bulls have after the pre-market pump? I don't know. This is decent. If they can get this back above like 32, then you get some positive gamma to support a move higher. Might be able to move up to like 50 or 60 by end of day. Rejection's not great. Hmm. MQ is not in a great spot here. 5881. Sorry. Um, 45 maybe. For HE, are you referring to the insurance companies selling to try and recoup losses? In regards to what? HE having to file bankruptcy because of lawsuits? That's the concern. They're not too big to fail. They'd have to restructure, which isn't good for equity holders. They leaned into selling the 5800, it seems. They did, yeah. But there's a synthetic short at 5840, and then it gets kind of dicey above that. Bears have a more robust position. I mean, if bulls really push, they might be able to get it up to like 60. But they're going to need to lever up here quite a bit more. It seems like they're still a bit skittish with selling the at the money puts. For sure, Ryan. I feel like the most major VIX spike on the way the market hardly dipped was a big clue as to what's going on behind the scenes. Yep. Charles report should take us down to 50s, 60s, unless it's somehow good news. Oh, what, on SPY? Probably not. That's gonna be a pretty big drop. Maybe like, what the fuck is SPY trading at? 5080? Where's the big support on SPY? Maybe like, yeah, I don't know, maybe 5070 if it's really bad. 67, 68. Not like the low 60s though. Chances of breaking back 58, 50, 58, 60 today. Decent. If we get back into positive gamma here, which they're trying for a little bit. We need to see a bit more short vol. You give your thoughts on the statements out of Japan yet? I mean, it would appear that the market doesn't believe any of them, given that leverage is way the fuck up today, which would be the kind of reaction you would see if it were expected that Japan wasn't going to make a rate hike decision this month. But I didn't read all of the Japan news overnight. Some things come up this morning, so I didn't get a chance. Let me see. Basic fiscal balance for national and local governments will be in deficit. Amino sees strong wage growth this year to scrutinize information ahead of policy meeting. Main scenario for U.S. economy is firm growth, but will scrutinize likelihood of the scenario following Trump inaugural address. BOJ expects U.S. economy to remain strong as base case. Long-term interest rates, daily and one-week fluctuations won't affect policy decision despite global yield increase. Japan's economy aligns with the Bank of Japan's outlook. It's importance of timing and policy shift. So it's difficult to determine the right timing for a policy change. I wouldn't say he's all that hawkish. He's just saying they're data dependent. If they don't feel that January is the right timing, then they're not going to push. Jimmy Moassing? Isn't Jimmy down like hard as fuck today? Dude, it's down 7%. Ah, slash S. You forgot that part. Okay, you can start the stream now. Like number 100, 344 people watching. 2/3 of you are slackers. Some people will just never click the like button. Me too. That's the reality of the world. It's too much of an inconvenience for them to move their thumb slightly and depress. Why would I like the stream when I don't like the stream? I don't know. I just don't want YouTube to know my viewing habits. Do you think hitting the like button changes the fact that you're in here for 8 hours a day? What another atomic day. I'm sure there'll be more news on Fubo in the future. Bro, they track your cursor movements. It doesn't matter if you click it or not. You're still getting spied on. The Pearl problem is when I hit the like button, YouTube thinks I want to see a bunch of other less handsome stock gurus tell me to lose money in new and creative ways. Oh, okay, fair enough. What if you just block all of them? Does that get rid of them? Or is there just always there's probably just a new one every day? I don't want insert government corporation here to be able to track me. Post on social media every 5 minutes. I do? Stop showing me your stream. Hitting like messes with my YouTube algo. I should only be getting e-girls, but now I get financial e-girls. Excellent. I don't want YouTube knowing what I watch. Posts in live chat. I think people really don't understand to what granularity their actions are tracked. If you guys like say shit in chat, you get commercials for it. Believe me, hitting the like button doesn't make a difference. Big titty goth fin Gia. What a world we live in. That's got to be a thing. If it's not, I now have a new goal. After Popcorn Trader talked about his baby's Wendy, we got ads for that for like, don't bring it up again. Not true. I don't know why I keep getting Preparation H ads, because you keep searching hemorrhoids on Google. Do you expect same price action tomorrow off of CPI? Pump in the morning, down all day. That seems reasonable. I don't know what CPI is going to look like, but some mean reversion here prior to the data print seems reasonable. We're back in like a positive, like a bit of a positive gamma environment, so we can move up, maybe test 50. It's gonna be a little bit of resistance to the upside, but not too much. Might get a little right around Well, right around here, actually. Right around 40. Should take my 50%. Just be happy with it. Or wait. Lower high here would be kind of bad. So you got bought puts, sold calls at 40. Not very many, but a few. Sold calls, sold puts 45, sold puts 50. Synthetic short at 55. Yeah, it gets a bit more choppy to the upside here, but I mean, no really big resistance except 55 and maybe 70. So glad my 35 calls got stopped out at the 1256 candle. Amazing. Any thoughts on Riley today? It's a step in the right direction. They still need to get their other financial report done, and they need to get those fucking senior notes paid off, which is what I'm waiting for. I might start to pick up a little position on it after the spike from the news today falls off a bit. Love this space. If we're not for y'all, I would never get a laugh at work. Downside is now coworkers think I'm absolutely off my rocker. Excellent. You don't want them to think you're sane. Oh shit, 30-year at 5%. This is the good stuff. I want this thing to blow up already. Yeah, I have no idea why the fuck that's like that, Willie. I'll make a note of it. You're shutting down more US manufacturing and moving to Mexico. So tariffs called off. I think they're assuming that the tariffs won't affect Mexico that much. Also, the savings in labor probably is far more significant than anything that they would have to pay towards tariffs. Took me a minute to wrap my head around the historical slider. Yeah, it's okay. We get that fixed. I thought they shut down DEI stuff, so everything was going to be fixed after that. What? Why? John Deere? I don't think that saved them all that much money. Hey, Glorp, I still feel like I'm dying. Are you past, like, the uncontrollable shaking and chills? Yes. Oh, well, that's good. I think I broke my spine during that's been super sick today. I just woke up. What's next for Fubo? Probably like $3. There's a potential for a little bit of support at 350, but the next major support to the downside is $3. Don't forget, there's a lot of people, including some of you, that did not buy Fubo at the spike to $6 or $5, but instead sold it after owning it for multiple years at $1. Hmm. Slip back to 40. Be very careful here if like 38 were lost. That would be, I think, fairly bearish. So definitely want to make sure that support stays strong above 38 in order to continue up. Because like a slip of 38, we could go back to like 30 or 25. This range is not very supportive underneath us. Looks like they're starting to short some more vol nearer the money though, so some confidence on the bull side. Guys, Greg said last night he's smashing it to $2 again. I mean, I'm just gonna keep selling in the money cover calls till it stops dropping. If we go with a fake out bear trap, about to fuck up CCs. Hmm. Is it though? Back above 450 would be kind of bullish. I don't think $4 really matters much though. What price would you buy Fubo again? 250 maybe I would start selling CSPs. Ah. Sorry. Yeah. Jesus Christ. AQN's back up today, which was kind of cool. Salute. Thanks. That was visceral through the mic. I'm glad you could feel it. Wait, the external revenue service thing was real? Woof. Very woof. I wonder if with our annexation of Greenland, we can become like are we moving into imperialism again? Dibs on Canada? Are we the British now? Huh. That's USA versus Russia. Whoever has the most pieces on the board wins. We already won. Should we start trying to find the next East India Company? No, what's that thing where we bring Christianity everywhere? Like a crusade? Are we the baddies? Yes. This is the silliest timeline. It's pretty fucking ridiculous. Genocide. Ooh, excellent. Now if we could just push a little bit higher into the sold puts and go up there and tap resistance at like 55. This is a great call to buy. I should have bought more of these. If we're playing risk style rules, I claim New Zealand. I don't think anybody's going to try to take it. I can't wait till we start the water wars. Wait, is that why we want Greenland? So Nestle can bottle all the glacial water? Maybe they're just trying to save Florida. Does Greenland own nukes? No? Trump went on record saying he wanted to give Canada's water to California. Well, I mean, you guys aren't using it. That's genius. He's just trying to save Florida. If he can bottle all of the water from Greenland's glacial melt, boom. Florida real estate safe. That's how it works, right? Like if you didn't understand science at all. Did I just get blocked for repeating a jury of what a jury of his peers found? Yeah, big tech's moved right wing now. That's he can unroll a garden hose from Canada to California and solve the fire in 5 minutes. Yeah, but what if beavers try to block his hose? In the next 30 years, control of the newly opening Arctic shipping lanes will be important. Big tech's interests have converged with the right wing. Yeah, money? You mean the interest in money? I'm still long Celsius, yeah. Can you pop up GS for SPX? Sure. $50, $60 resistances to the upside. Although I don't think 50 is particularly important. Maybe the 55 level. 50 is probably a little bit more bullish than bearish. But 55 could be a little bit of a resistance. 60 is not too bad. It's still pretty early, but I'd say we probably won't get higher than 70 today, at least with the current positioning. We would need things to reposition pretty aggressively. I should put a stop on this fucking thing. Maybe? I don't know. It kind of just keeps going up. Futures has a little bit more to like a VWAP test. Or NQ does at least. What puts are they selling? I'm gonna have to go look. Hold on. The 50. They're selling the 50, a lot of the 50 put. A little bit at 70, 80. There's still a synthetic short at 55 and another one at 65. And then above 65, quite a lot of sold calls. Which, with the amount of puts sold here, they're not in a really great position to squeeze. But I still think we can go a bit higher. 53 is probably a fairly important test. So this like orange line up here, 52, 53. And then if they were able to push above that, I would say like 67 would also be fairly important. That's a good return. I like that. Not a lot of squeeze potential. But we could get up to like 60 or 70 if they really are able to build more positioning up here. Do you think the JPM return to office order is going to affect them at all? They'll probably lose a lot of employees. I have no comment on the External Revenue Service. Ooh, AQN's up today. Back at 435. That's a better price. I'd like it to get back to 450 though. See if we start getting some accumulation between like 420 and $5. So they got 745 million to pay down some of their debt with now. That should shave off a chunk of their current liabilities. Book value is still around 589. So I think 57 here is kind of important. Maybe 67 up there. It's like every government website. Have you kept an eye on you since the DFV tweet? Not really. I don't give a shit. Decent entry on gold calls. I don't think gold's like a very good play right now. Is there more support coming in for SoFi at 14? Why would there be? Why would anybody buy SoFi at any price? Probably not. No. Like a little bit at 13 and 12. Although if it loses 13, that's probably pretty bearish. Yields are skyrocketing. It's not exactly. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Volatility is starting to come down. Looks like calls are still being sold on it pretty heavily. Not a ton of support here. I don't know. Kind of looks like it could just chop between 13 and 15. Both of those levels seem a bit more important than the 14. Tesla? Yeah, Tesla started to break back up into the like bullish positioning above 400. Gamma Max is a 441. I think I said yesterday Tesla could get back to 427. Not that that was Gamma Max, but that's like the next like upside test on the bounce on a cross of 400. 57, not 55. 55 doesn't matter. Did you speak about Riley? Is it Range Rover time? Not yet. I still need to pay off the senior notes. Just having the money for it's not enough. Awesome, man. If you buy puts on everything all the time, you'll have a profitable position on something. Okay, can I be a quant now? That's not how that works. So break 57, we can move up to 65. Yeah, like 65, 67, I think. Because we'll get above the... It will also be, like, pretty well supported at 55. Because the cents short will be in the money. How risky is it to hold Tesla calls into tomorrow because the data extraordinarily so? A little less if Tesla were to close above like 405, but still pretty risky. What's it at right now? Yeah, if it closes up here, it should be okay. Might want to hedge it a little bit. Where was the low test? So it held above 402. Yeah, because like 400, 405 are going to be pretty supportive. If it lost 400 tomorrow, though, that would be very bearish. Do you think the U.S. government will let Elon buy TikTok like the Chinese proposed? I mean, probably. Why not? They would love it if Elon bought TikTok. Yeah. PPI indicate anything for CPI? Not really. If pass-through is more efficient than PPI, though, that generally means that you're going to see higher inflation on the consumer side. But I don't think pass-through is more efficient. I think people just loaded up their inventories in November, which spiked PPI higher. And the like 0.2 to 0.3% month over month growth is far more in line with expectations. Which is why, I mean, I thought PPI wouldn't be that hot today. That's on tomorrow's data. Predictions? I mean, if it comes in hotter than analysts' estimates, it'll be bearish. Core is going to be where most of the concern is. And both are expected to be pretty hot. I mean, cores, I think, 0.2 to 0.3. Towards 0.3 would be pretty bad. Above 0.3 would be very bad. And I think inflation's expected to rise 0.3 to 0.4 on the headline. That would also be really bad. If year over year inflation ticks up to 3%, it's gonna push yields higher. Pass through a PPI to CPI. Consumers still buying products at higher margins for the producer. So that would be bullish. Yeah. I mean, but Redbook was down today, which is one of the reasons for the kind of bearish reaction that we got shortly after open. Is that, despite there being lower producer inside inflation, it doesn't look like consumers are buying more. So it may not be that the pass through is efficient. It may just simply be that producer orders were lower in December than they were in November, which makes a lot of sense, given that everybody was trying to load inventories not only into the holiday season, but prior to Trump's tariffs. Have we talked about Japan yet? It still seems wishy-washy. Like they're not giving a very clear signal. How closely do you think your imagination of what a hippo would taste like is to reality? Just be like a fat cow, right? Probably like fishy tasting beef. Consumers aren't buying more. What do you mean? We already own so much shit. Haven't we? Oh, trash. There's the 57 test. There's still a gap up 62, 63. Bulls are doing alright here, yeah. When's the next roundtable? Thursday. Who do you see a cent short again? 55. It's in the money now, though. Yeah, but there's bot puts there. Sold calls. Pretty much everything to the upside of here is sold calls now. Ooh. Little rejection on that 57 test. 58? Actually, I think if we fall below the... If we fall back below the 50... Hmm. If we fall back below the synthetic short here, that's probably a little bearish. Because there's like sold calls down to 40, and then sold put support 35, 30. NQ might get a rejection of you up. Careful of the downside potential here. I'm sure they'll just move in to try to support the 50 strike, but if they're unable to, that's bad. You should not show anyone the GS chart for 5 seconds. I just won't show it to anybody for the rest of the day. The people who pay for it have it. Hmm. Ooh, back below the synthetic short. That's important. What are you talking about? I paid, don't have. We set up via Discord. Wait, you don't have access to the platform at all? Uh-oh, Diamond Top. Not Dork's fault, but like after you paid, you should have been able to log in. If you don't have a link to the new website, that's different. Because there's like a new front end. Sounds like a faker got him. I don't think so. I sent you the link for the new website, but you're making it sound like you made it sound like you don't have access at all. I'm trying to make it sound like I gave credit info to fake Gherkin. That's not funny. There's people that are extraordinarily stupid here, okay? Which Discord channel is the new link in? See, this is what you guys get for paper handing. Fucking just no respect for the gang. Unreal. I'll just post it in announcements. Plastic whales, I know. Fuck yeah, Roy. No, Popcorn, not you. Do I need a new beta link? You haven't paid yet, dick. What? I sold my GME long ago. Oh. I've seen people. I was gonna say, what about my electricity bill, Popcorn? I've seen people post GS charts, and then I look at them and try to interpret the data. It's fun. I think I kind of understand it, but I'm not sure it's live. I can't wait. Some of them are live. Yeah, Kohl's is cheap, but it could be a lot cheaper because no one shops there. When I try to sign up, I get 404 not found. Use your login? I don't know. I was using the old one. The new one just came out this morning. Shut your face. That's what it looks like. It's so beautiful. It looks terrible right now. Just give it a little bit. It'll look a lot better. Needs more vaporware. It's gonna have it. Don't worry. By the time we're done, you're gonna feel like you're in Blade Runner. But then Dork refunded my money and banned me. No, we refunded your money because the payment processor failed. And then we switched to a different payment processor and then sent you a new email so you could pay again. But you didn't. Everyone else did. You just hung around as long as you could during the grace period. And then when it was over, didn't pay again. Because you're a cheap bastard. Which I respect as a fellow cheap bastard. But you take it to a level that's unbelievable. I swear to Gherkin, if you guys are shit talking GS, I'm gonna lose it. I have an all day planning meeting, but when I get out, the belt's coming with me. Is there an additional fee on top of your monthly fee, or is your platform all that's required to use it? Thanks, nerd. To sign up for it, like when it's live, I mean, it'll just have pricing, like and subscriptions. Does Pajama lock in pricing for GS or normal pricing when go live? If you're part of the now closed beta, then yes, there was an early offer because we needed people to test the platform and runway to build it all out. Google Gamma Strike and accidentally signed up for a gay man stroking club. What do? I don't know. Get those calluses on your hands shaved off. Probably be the first step. Or maybe leave them. Maybe leave one hand callousy. And then the other one, like, get it nice and smooth. You just unlocked a memory of you stating that you won't pay a single cent over MSRP. Next resistance level for SPX, we tapped it and got rejected. So, like 57, what is it, 57, 58, like right here. Above that, 67. If we lose 50, this thing's gonna probably dump a bit. Yeah, it's a standalone platform. You sound like my father. That's weird. How does that make you feel? You know what? I probably shouldn't explore your psyche too much. Would you recommend GS for beginner traders? Not necessarily. No. Um, while I don't think it would take very long to get brushed up on the essentials of how to use the website, I do think it takes quite a while to learn what you're doing regarding trading options in general. Um, I would say probably like 6 to 12 months of paper trading and maybe a good read through of options as a strategic investment before really considering the need for data services. But we will be making it more and more beginner slash idiot friendly as we move on. I got a washlet. Now I'm getting backed up because I refused to shit at work because the caress of warm cleanliness at home. Is this what it means to shat on pores? Yeah. Like I've found my home. All right. You're accepted here, sort of. Non-live data would probably be useful for beginners, helping identify support resistance, CCs, CSPs. Yeah, but I think more with the rollout of like, well, we're gonna have a lot more educational material towards launch, so maybe it'll be a little bit more friendly for beginners by then. Do I have to read more than options as a strategic investment to understand relationships between VN, DN, GN, GM? You need to understand a bit about options pricing and market maker mechanics. Fortunately for you, we've just turned them into technical signals, so there's a lot less understanding needed. I'm really good at doubling 100K in my paper accounts. And okay, are you just putting 100K in and then trading it till you hit 200K? The new interface is amazing. I'm glad you like it, man. Also, what's really cool is we'll actually be doing bug fixes on this front end. And so if you guys find stuff or there's things that are annoying, we can get those sorted out. Is there a rough timeline for launch? Well, we wanted to push the front end out to beta users. They have access to both now, the new and the old front end. Obviously, there's going to be the next week or so is going to be a lot of bug fixing and stuff, and then getting things ready for production. There's a few more features that we want to add. Um, so I'm not entirely sure the timeline on those. We already have most of the data we need. I'd like us to be launched by like full public launch by like March, but somewhere in there is like after the bug fixes and stuff is probably going to be a soft launch for like zillionaires or whatever, and then we can kind of expand the beta class a bit and test. Well, they won't be beta users, but we can test our infrastructure a little better before we move to like production. I was paper trading to learn. I knocked the account down to like 10K. GME Friday calls that never had a shot. To work with a number I'd be starting with. Nah, man, you put 100K in the paper account, and then you put another 100K in it. Work smarter, not harder. Is Nuke a bug chaser? I think we all are for the next couple weeks. It's called dog fooding. What is? Using your own software product and fixing bugs. So, yes, what? Can I run a DDoS test for funsies? I don't think it'll do anything. Don't ban me, but ask GPT to write a paragraph on you and AJ. Gherkin might misinterpret AJ's behavior as his intentional provocations rather than signs of difficulty with social norms. Oh, no, not at all. I'm well aware that AJ has difficulty with social norms and that he's autistic as fuck. That doesn't make him any less annoying. When I click GS sign up button, I get a 404 error. 404 error. You shills got me gooned up thinking I could pre sign up. Oh, that's cute. No. Autism breeding with more autism, a vicious cycle. Wait, AJ's actually autistic? No, I think he's just high all day. What kind of sandwich should we all get? I don't know. Whatever fucking sandwich you want, man. Ooh, we gapped back above the synth short. Exciting. Not until March. No, sometime between now and March, we're gonna do a soft launch. So it's gonna be available to like the billionaires. What are your thoughts and feelings on Square? Um, you know what? I was actually watching it not that long ago. Let me see how it's doing now. It just bounced off of DM like the other day. Delta and Gamma on it are still a bit negative, which I'm not a huge fan of, but looks like that's improving. How's it doing today, performance-wise? Ooh, up a little bit more. Yeah, looks like things don't really get bullish on it till it gets back above like 86, but it's definitely a bounce I think is worth watching. Volatility is starting to pick up a lot, along with realized vol. And if it can get back above 86, there's a decent amount of room to the upside. Maybe even out to like 98 or 100. So I would be cautious, obviously, because the indexes right now, it's definitely like exposed to like big drops in fintech and stuff. Where do you rank Japanese fried chicken, karage, on the fried chicken scale? I think it's underappreciated. I don't like it that much. Um, it depends on how well it's cooked. I've had some places where they do like the sous vide it and then kind of like undercook it thing. I'm not a big fan of that. Um, but generally, I mean, it's okay. It's not better than Korean fried chicken and infinitely worse than Southern fried chicken. Nice selling CCs above cost basis on Fubo. Learned a lot on this run up. I'm sure there'll be a pop on earnings to sell more. And again, if and when the deal goes through. Well, don't forget that the deal is going to come with some possible dilution. You think 350 or 450 is more likely first for Fubo? I'm not really sure 4 matters all that much as a pivot point right now. I don't think the $4 strike is particularly important. If getting back above 450 would be bullish, but between 350 and 450, things are pretty flat. So I don't really think the range in between there matters very much. And as far as which one comes first, who the fuck knows? We're trading directly in between them. Do I find the list of required readings in the general chat on the Discord is a reading list thread that'll have them. Also on our subreddit, I think is there's a reading list. Similarly to how stock buybacks are legal but shouldn't be, dilution should be illegal. Why? That's the whole point of going public. I'm losing ridiculous amounts of money. What do? First off, stop that. That's step one. Then reassess. Like I don't know what you're doing to lose the money, so I can't really. I'm gonna need more information, but stop losing money right away. That's knock that shit off. How many DTE is the 5855 cents short? Zero. It's not really like a cent short. Like it's not. equal. It's just that the 55 strike is net long puts, net short calls. So it mimics the net positioning mimics a synthetic short. Damn, why didn't I think of that? What? Stop losing money? Well, I mean, yeah, like stop taking risk for like if you're just fucking burning up your account, stop for a fucking minute. How many BBC British Broadcasting Corporations to fill up a pickle jar? I don't know. I don't know how to quantify the size of the British Broadcasting Corporation, Kendra. Can we break down here at 50? Yes. I said before, if the 50 support is lost, it's pretty bearish. I don't know. Seems weird. Is there other stuff other than GS that you look at to see big positions come in? Like last week, you knew the 58.15 puts were sold. Is that looking at the IV of the contract and any brokerage? No, I have tools that you don't. But you could look at the IV of the contract. Can I has tools? Nuh-uh. You're looking at a frying pan maker. Meyer? I don't know anything about them. I've been buying the dip on tech stocks a few weeks out. Made a lot of money last year, but I'm gonna sit out now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, some dips keep dipping. This is a particularly contentious time, so the bull market generalization of buy the fucking dip has been failing a bit lately. I don't think he meant British news. I think he meant borrowing base certificates. Hmm. That doesn't sound right. What's the best paper trading platform? Not WeBull. I don't know. It used to be TOS, but that was before Schwab bought it. Um, honestly, most of the paper trading platforms fucking suck. You just kind of deal with it. The best one that I've ever found is just a pen and paper. There's a high volume in the contract, but its IV stays low. Does that mean that the contract is being sold short? Probably. Yeah, or if its IV is declining, not necessarily that its IV is flat. But that can be an indication. Meyer is a Canadian pots and pans company made in Prince Edward Island. Ew. Why would you ever buy things made in Canada? Well, maybe like furniture, because you guys have trees. But it doesn't teach execution. It can. Wow, a pen and paper for paper trading? Such puns, much wow there, Gherk. When you traded pen and paper, did you buy the ask, sell the bid? I mean, you can manipulate it however you want because it's a pen and paper. So you could buy it like you can do your trades at the mid, and you can figure out your slippage on different positions and figure out where you want to buy those contracts and what would be the ideal scenarios for live setups because it's a pen and paper and you're not reliant on some like underlying software product that sucks. I'm a master of day trading SPX options on Fidelity. That's disgusting. 29 months, Haas. That's like 3 Canadian ports. Also, what frying pans would you suggest? You want carbon steel? I've never heard of Myers. I just don't know anything about them. Do you want carbon steel or cast iron? Does Trump want Canada for its trees? Sure. Nothing to do with its oil. My wife making me confirm this is a safe, god-like place for me to chat. Can you share a few words that will calm her down, please? We simply try to take the power of Jesus and use it to help guide us through the financial markets. What's she worried about? Does she not believe that Jesus wants the best financial outcome for all of us, Kendra? Myers used to be Paderna? Okay, that I have heard of. Dardos are nuts. Amen. Exactly. Thank you. Don't say Jesus. Jesus was Bill Wang's quant. Ask her why she's so angry all the time and how she's acting like her mother. Jesus is actually against rich people. Hey, listen, don't tell literally anyone in the US that. I follow that Bitcoin pastor JFresh recommended. I don't need any more Jesus on this stream. I came for the calf pigs. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God is a quote from the Bible that appears in Matthew 19:24, Mark 10:25, and Luke 18:25. Thanks, Marpo. You acted out the trader, broker, and MM sides on the trade, didn't you? Shh, that's not important. Thank God we gotta get rid of all the people that would be willing to move to Canada once and for all. There's Matfer, DeBuyer. I mean, carbon steel pans are pretty run of the mill. There was a company like Solid Technics. If you really want to get a nice one, I have one of them. And they're one piece. They don't have any rivets, which is fucking awesome. Dardos are really nice. Cheaper than the Solid Technics. I think there's Athenia are really nice. Or Athena. I think they're Athena. And they have like some hand forged ones that are pretty sweet. I don't. I think it's one piece, but maybe it's not. Yeah, they're one piece. I have to look at mine, but I'm pretty sure it's one. They're fucking super expensive. Yeah, mine's one piece. I think all the ones they have now are their crate pan used to have a welded handle, but not anymore. Matt, for I mean, they're just carbon steel pans. You don't need to spend a lot of money on them. You can't beat a well-seasoned cast iron. Well, cast iron's good for some things. It's not very good for temperature control, though. Like, they tend to retain a lot of heat. Smithies are nice, too. Can Bulls breach 5930 tomorrow? We dump down to 5800 again. 5930? Mm. I don't know. Today's close probably has some relevance to what's going to happen in the overnight session. Do not scramble eggs on cast iron. Why not? 50 is important. If bulls lose 50, well, really like 48, it's pretty bad. Gamma falls off pretty steeply to the downside under
Kendra
50.
Wilson put their pickle in my jar 3.
Oh wow, Kendra got blocked? This is amazing. Now that my wife is gone, I need to come clean. CUM, of course. I'm a youth pastor during the day and a dirty boy at night, like all the other youth pastors. If she finds out, I'm gonna get kicked out of our house. Can I count on you, Pepino, for a warm bed to sleep in? I've told you, you can sleep on the top of the couch that my cat sleeps under. She better not find out, though. Otherwise, you're gonna build that fence for nothing. One sec. What's the most important data for this week that could drop the price significantly? CPI? By far. Kendra's wife is why we need to have an only wives Discord. I'm just finding out. Did she just recently find Jesus? Because what about that sex party we were at last year? Lost 50. Still need to lose 48. Is this another Head and Shoulders quadruple top? Looks like the synthetic short held up long enough for us to get some sell side action. I don't know how far we could drop here. I guess 35, 30. 35 is like the next kind of support. If 48 still needs to be lost, it's we gotta drop some of the gamma from the 50 strike, but I think gamma from 50 to 45 drops by about 15 billion, so it's a pretty significant dump. The brown line is irrelevant. It's not even pinned to the price action. It just scales with the chart zoom. That's why we said ignore it. It's meaningless. You're attributing value to it that doesn't exist. Speaking of 3x parties? The wife said we can have a pickle jar parties at the beach house as long as no cloth stuff happens. Okay. So just only soaking? Over the pants are allowed. Okay. Here I am trying to be funny. Picked a terrible moment. You can be funny about whatever you want. Just don't be funny about options data. You remember when I told you guys that losing 48 would be bearish? Pepperidge Farm remembers. This is excellent. We're gonna get all the way to 35? Just one straight shot? Fucking no support at all? Ooh. Mm. 35 is starting to look a little worse as a support here. This thing's flattened out a bit. Maybe some attempt here to sell the 35 put. Although I feel like that would be a mistake given the momentum. Mostly sold calls at the 40 strike. Careful under 40 though, in case they pull back the short calls. And profit taking on the short calls going back into the money could create a little bit of a bounce. Huh. Oh, that's nice. That was nice money. Now I could jump to 5,800 because I sold like a dipshit. No, there's some legitimate support at 35.30. That was nice. What do you think CPI will come in at tomorrow? I don't know. I'll do some analysis tonight and write it up. Thanks for calling out the Sid short. Made a quick 600 bucks off you just mentioning it was there. Nice. Well done. Why am I so much better at trading SPY than SPX? Psychology. Because it's objectively worse in every other way. Was the synth short visible on GS? No. What do you think? I'm gonna replace me? You're out of your mind. Could we slip 30? Sure. Yeah. In which case supports 5,800. God, I love volatility. Six is listening to you. It's going to go to 5,800. I love you. Thanks, Manga Man. I think you will find out 5805 is more of a chain link fence than a fortress. Yeah, I don't think 5805 is very relevant here. So there's a decent amount of short puts at 5790. 5800 got pretty stacked on the last test. 25 is important a little bit. But I could see bears pushing for that downside gap. And there still seems to be plenty of volume on the future sell-off, so. We... You talking about Carvana? Are they going to zero or what? Probably, eventually. Because of the fraud and their insane debt payments. Looks like I should have bought that put $4 above the synth short. $3. Ooh, a little bit of support there. I don't think 25 is all that supportive at this point. There's a synthetic long at 25, but the momentum here is pretty egregious. And remember, losing the synthetic long, very bearish. Holy boobs, dumpies. Downside gaps at 2198 to 2202. It's not a very big one. Whoops. Slipped the synth long. Get fucked, bulls. Ooh, they're closing up their calls quick. What did this shit hit earlier? Like 11 bucks? That'd be cool. Beta page? What happened? What do you mean? Time frame's 1 minute. Yeah, there's no field to set the time frame yet, but we can fix that. We can change it so it's 1 or 5, or you can adjust it 1, 5, 15, 1 hour. Logged out suddenly won't serve the login page. Maybe the boys are working on it. If you logged out, just click the gamma strike icon in the top left, and that should push you back in. You in? Yeah, because your login persists. This is fantastic. What a great dump. Gherkin, I closed my puts too early. I did too, but then I bought more. The log scale on this chart is extraordinarily deceptive. Still no significant support to 5,800. Uh, no. 5,805, like a little bit, but not very much. We'll probably get a lower low than we had earlier today. I mean, just from the technical side. Some wild CPI hedging. CPI is scary. I wonder if these options are going to like 10x. 20x? 5790 test would be sick as fuck. Short puts are getting squeezed out. Gamma's starting to fall off at the 10 strike. 10's like a little supportive. 5,800 still major support. NQ got a new low for the day. I wonder if that sells back off to like 2675. Because ES didn't yet, right? Yeah, ES still hasn't retested the intraday low. Set a stop? I'm so far out of the money though. I'm fucking like, what, 50%? You deserve all the good things in life. Thanks, man. Yeah, some of the short puts are getting squeezed out a little bit here. Looks like they're selling the 58, 57. Trying to stabilize things a bit as we get closer to major support. But like the 10s and the 5s squeezed out a bit here. Like I'm not particularly worried unless we get over like 22. Even then, the synthetic long at 25 is going to be resistance. Yeah, but it doesn't turn positive till we get back above 36. 20 is now resistance to the upside. 10 is slight support to the downside. 5800's large support to the downside. NQ might sell off again. Failure to regain 2800. Jimmy absolutely tanking. Yeah, I said that was going to happen a few days ago. And over the weekend. Trevor was like, nah, shut up, Gherkin, it's MOASS. So, I know. Part of me wants CPI to be inexplicably cool as fuck, just for the confusion. Do you just have a bunch of out of the money calls? That's the part of you. Can you say it will absolutely rock it? What, Jamie? Maybe after they short the ever living fuck out of it. Brian Cohn will dilute it 25. I want to be able to buy a 5950p out of the money. That was earlier. You already had that chance. Has the entire C-suite quit yet? I don't know. If they haven't, they'll be fired soon. $57.90. Big support. They're trying to build some support here. They might be successful. I don't know. Doesn't look great. I think NQ sell-offs is still a bit of a problem. Volatility is starting to pick up a bit again. So someone's pulling back some more short puts. Ooh, someone bought some 57.55 puts. Hedge? Maybe. It's a lot of them. 2,600. 0.5% month over month would be awesome tomorrow. Jesus. You really want the market to crash, huh? Did you share your thoughts on PPI already? Yeah, I mean, it was. I feel like the outcome for PPI was kind of what I expected, which was that producer demand would decline in December after they loaded their inventories to hedge off tariff implications and the holidays. And so it looked like probably the drop in pricing due to a drop in demand. Maybe need another month of that data to confirm that, but I still don't think the pass through to the consumer is efficient. But retail sales will tell us a lot about that. If retail sales decline hard in December, that's a bad look. What do you predict for tomorrow? I mean, I think inflation will be hotter. I'm not sure it'll be substantially hotter than what's already being expected and priced in, which is quite a bit hotter already. I just made 3K with the new live data. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. 20 is still resistance. Like 22. So far, we're not even able to get over 18, which isn't great. That's a lower high. Higher high? 58, 18, 95. 58, 18. 58, 19, 37. Okay, so slightly higher high there. Maybe. Maybe they got it under control. The synthetic long at 25 is resistance now. Big vol shorting. Risky. It's really risky to short vol here to try to turn the drop around. Because IV ticks up on any drop from spot, which increases the exposure to the puts they're selling at like 58.10, 58.20. Yeah, they're trying to sell the in the money put. Ugh, gross. So rejection here would probably go back to 10. If they're able to bounce it back above like 22, that's a little bit more bullish. They're selling the fuck out of the 5800 put. Hmm. Ooh, it looks like in the money short puts are closing a little bit here. That could be pretty bearish. Not very many of them, but a few. 25, 30. If more of those start pulling back, vol's gonna rip. Let's go visit 5770. I hear it's nice down there this time of year. Initiated the big slide. We hit resistance, got some profit taking, and then just, I mean, negative gamma took over. We dumped off. Gaps are bullish. Ooh, getting back above the synth line is though. Where could they push this? Gamma falls off to the downside, 25 to 20. Down to 10. So, failed breakout. Maybe just draw my line right there. It's a better bear flag. A little bit of put selling at the 30. Fall back into the synthetic long. Penis, 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 red candle. It's a bit of an ongoing power struggle here. I still don't like the way this looks. It's 3:30 right now. I don't like how close to the end of the day this is. I just smacked my PC with the equivalent of a baseball bat. Your penis? Humble brag. Back below the synth line. I think the out in the money short puts are closing. They're trying to close a little bit while price is up here. So like net off the bull position and then let it drop more. There's probably some people trying to stabilize, but there's definitely others trying to just get the fuck out. Why is the market being so silly? Is CPI tomorrow or something? He said baseball, not T-ball. I was wondering if you could answer my questions about gauging how competent a FA is. How much are they charging you? Who do they work for? My initial knee-jerk reaction is they're a financial analyst or advisor. They're going to be pretty useless. That's like asking how competent a real estate broker is. Also, earnings season starts tomorrow with banks tomorrow morning. Which banks are reporting tomorrow morning? City? Oh yeah, that's right. Not on Friday this time around. All of them. Yeah, that's probably not great. It's going to be really awkward when everyone finds out that the banks aren't making shitloads of money off of these absurd interest rates. 4% of account value per month. JC Penney. Can they consistently beat the SPX year over year? None of them can, otherwise they wouldn't be FAs. People currently think rates are going down and the Fed's cutting. My friends don't know what a count 10-year bond is. It's awkward. I would love a tap of 5,800. This needs to slip just a bit further, though. I think we might need a little help from NQ. Back under like 58.18, though, this falls off pretty decently down to like 10. Second failure to fill the gap. Come on, let it go. Yeah. NQ's gonna do it for us. Let's go. Dump it. No, 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 no. Back down. Under 2,800. Let's charm here. Kind of supportive around town. Definitely not bullish though. Head and shoulders. GS beta's not broken. I'm using it right now. Refresh the page. Mm. Ooh. Nice. No more shorting. Just bury the puts. 'Can we get a 5,800 close? We could. $58.18 is a significant level though. Right here. We want to watch 58.17. Starting to get that failure on NQ. So if NQ loses 2,800, that's going to be pretty bad. It's definitely the weaker of the two today. $341. The bot calls 20, 20, 25 are falling out of the money here. Someone's selling calls at 18, 58, 50, yeah, 58.15. So in the money sold calls coming in, which is usually bearish as fuck. The Gex calc is, I mean, the gamma at each strike is specific to that strike, and then the overall exposure is also calculated. Yeah, NQ's trying to hang on. We're getting like some low, like we got a little bit of a lower low there. Failure to break back above 21 could be the, like the end of this. We're close enough to close that they're gonna try to stabilize things, but I don't think their positioning looks particularly good. Test the trend. 345. Hmm. Yeah, and the money short put's still pulling back on the test of the synthetic long, which is broken down. There's not very many long calls left here now. See if more short puts come in. Someone bought some puts at 58.15. A couple hundred of them. Selling the 20, the 10 put. Mm, this really isn't like a very significant support here. $49.25. Is that the prior close? No, prior open. Running out of time. What does vol fall off? Above 40. Yeah, that's probably significant. Lamb. Is that positive? Oh, that's the test of the gamma flip. Damn, they pumped the fuck out of that. I feel like even if it fails now, it probably won't go below 20. There's only 8 minutes left. Fucking bastards. I think this would have to rug so fucking hard. Might as well go for 58.50 at this point. That would make sense, yeah. I don't know. It'll probably be hard to get positive delta because everyone's just gonna want to take profits there. But I guess they could. Maybe last couple minutes. Hmm. There's something with the money I can do. Close at 30. So we close 30 options. Butterfly. We close at 45. Ooh. You get 380 for that. Nice. Sure put still de-risking. The in the money ones. There's still a lot in the money. Like 45, 50. Those are still pulling back a little bit. But the out of the money ones are not de-risking at all. They're fucking selling the shit out of them. They've sold like 2,800 of the 35 in the last few minutes. What's a max loss on that? 70 cents. Thirty seconds to close. I gotta try to get it over 42. There it goes. Haha! Nope, don't give up. Print my butterflies. Fuck yes. Nice. That was pretty awesome risk reward on those. Ding ding. Did you do the 50 butterfly? Or the 45? That was a fucking struggle bounce, but it still looked shitty there at the end of the day. I mean, I guess it pulls back to 58.50, which is arguably a little bit better for the bulls going into CPI tomorrow, but that took some effort. Today was pretty good, yeah. All right, let's see. So a little bit of a flat day. Kind of nothing for returns, 0.11. Looks like the market's just waiting on CPI. PPI wasn't telling enough. Yields at the top end of the curve still up a little bit, although the 10-year did fall today, ultimately at the end. Dollar pulled down a little bit, back towards like the 109.20 level and away from 110. Some mixed reactions to Bank of Japan next week. But we do see the yen ultimately rising against the dollar at the end of the day today. Commodities had their first kind of shitty day, mostly because of energy. A little bit of pullback in CL, but not very much. There have been some peace talks surrounding the Middle East. That's maybe driving a little bit of bullishness out of oil, but oil definitely well over its inflationary level, and starting to pose a longer term risk to inflation. If inflation expectations drop, there could be a slight decline in oil. Correlation pretty flat throughout the day. Not seeing too much of a breakdown. Got a little bit of a pump and dispersion there at the end of the day, but mostly just flat day over day. Carry trade leverage hit a new all-time high today around 9.56x. Closing the day around 9.5. We are still seeing some leverage pick up in the short end of that trade, the 3 and 6 month, both moving up pretty significantly today. Forward yield on volatility closing out the day positive once again. Bond volatility is picked up back above 100. That did not was not met with a rise in correlation today. I think day over day, core 3 month is down. We might see a little bit of divergence there as the data comes through, but they'll probably catch up with one another eventually. There's a big move up in skew yesterday. Shitload of sold puts coming in. Obviously, bulls trying to stabilize this like 57.70 to like 58.30 level. It's pretty important that they don't lose this level. If you go out here and I can show you some of our data to back this up. We take a look at the options macro here. This is where all of the put leverage in the market is. Very close to the 1.0 moneyness. So a slip to the downside or a loss of like 57.70 would mean that put delta is going to ramp up really like quite a lot. Like almost $1 trillion worth of put delta on a 0.1 moneyness drop from spot, which is fucking insane. And then that keeps going up pretty till it gets pretty far out of the money. So this level, and we kind of talked about this over the weekend, is extremely important. That's why we're seeing this big move in sold puts coming in, trying to defend a more significant failure. Breadth picked up again a little bit today. Dow and Russell continuing to outperform the ES and NQ. Some of that sector rotation, but that stability is kind of starting to help things out a bit. But correlation between VX cash VIX is still rising, and so this still presents an opportunity for VIX to spike pretty hard. I would continue to keep an eye on that over the next couple of days. This is, now we're up to about 60%. We're getting towards levels where that correlation's starting to become statistically relevant. And, we're also seeing like volatility expectations at the front end of the curve start to rise. And we have a little bit of backwardation, well, almost back a little bit of backwardation between like cash VIX and VX, like the VX contract in front, and quite a lot of backwardation between VIX 3 month and VX. So there's still some encouragement to go long spot vol and then short the forward convexity. Fed fund futures not really moving around much. Spread between the 10 2 year now over 40, 41.7. And S&P earnings yield relative to the 10 year is 3.36 to 4.78. So 10 year is still presenting slightly better, a slightly better yield than the S&P, which is going to discourage the purchase of equities. On the technical side, we're still kind of chopping around here, just above the long-term trend. I think CPI could be the thing that possibly breaks this. The 30 years fallen below the 50 MA, or the 30 EMA has fallen below the 50 MA. But we still haven't really slipped that long-term support. I would say a loss of that 57.84, I guess more accurately like 57.73 level is where we could see things decline more significantly. Do keep an eye on that 59.38 level to the upside, where the EMA 30 is at right now. That could be an important test that leads to further failure, or it could also be like a breakout there and above the 50 MA. It could be a bull signal on a reversal. So watch that. That's pretty important. And then also, simultaneously watch that 57.73 level from a recent low. Anyway, that's about it for the day. Sorry I didn't get Pickles picks out last night. I had something come up very early in the morning that I had to handle. But they will be out tonight, and I'll give you guys the rundown on CPI and CPI expectations for tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll catch you later. Peace.